What is the creepiest disappearance case that you know about? Lars Mittank, 28-year-old from Germany, goes on a vacation with some friends to the Golden Sands in Varna, Bulgaria, in June-July 2014. During the trip he eats very little but seems otherwise to be behaving normally. One night, he gets into a scuffle with some other tourists over disagreements relating to soccer football teams, Mittank being a fan of Werder Bremen, the others being fans of Bayern Munich. He suffers a ruptured eardrum and is advised not to fly as a result of his injury. At his insistence, his friends fly home without him and Lars is taken to a hostel in a sketchier part of Varna. During the course of the evening, he telephones his mother, claiming that something is not right in the hotel. He asks her to cancel his credit cards and leaves the facility, claiming he is being followed by a group of men. He spends the night hiding and his mother books him a ticket home to Germany. Early in the morning, he hails a taxi and rides to the Varna airport to catch his flight home, hoping to be cleared to fly. He visits the airport physician with his luggage in tow, spending about 45 minutes there. At some point, a uniformed airport worker comes in, which seems to cause Lars to panic. He murmurs something to the doctor and sprints out of the airport, leaving his luggage behind. Once outside, he jogs to a fence topped with barbed wire at the edge of the airport, climbs over it, runs through a meadow and disappears into the woods. He has never been found. Annie Laurie Heron, a 73-year-old philanthropist and wife of multimillionaire Robert Heron, of Jackson, Mississippi, disappears one afternoon in 1988 shortly after holding a weekly bridge game with friends. Some traces of blood are found on the door and neighbors report seeing a strange-looking van in the neighborhood that day. Shortly thereafter, Robert Heron receives a ransom note demanding that he make right legal disputes with a number of subsidiaries of the company School Pictures, which Heron had taken over. After making a public appeal for the safe return of his wife, Heron receives a note that bears Annie Laurie's signature and which reads, "Bob, if you do not do what these people want you to do, they are going to seal me up in the cellar of this house with only a few jugs of water. Please save me, Annie Laurie." Heron sends checks totaling $1 million to the various subsidiaries of School Pictures named in the original ransom note, but Annie Laurie is not returned, though several of the recipients return the money. The next year, Newton Alfred Wynne, who had held a franchise that was sued by Robert Heron, is arrested after the letter bearing Annie Laurie's signature is traced to him. He had had an associate fly to Atlanta from Florida in order to mail the letter on his behalf. Though Wynne was charged with and convicted of conspiracy to commit kidnapping, authorities could never prove that he had actually taken Annie Laurie. Wynne was released from prison in 2006 and died a few years ago. Annie Laurie Heron has never been found. Naked girl goes missing on mushrooms outside of Portland, or Link. So my partner has a friend whose house we would go to 2-3 times a week. Her daughters were in high school and usually had small parties with their friends on the weekends. One time there was this new girl. The girl in the mentioned above, she was on mushrooms and insisted on sharing them with everyone. I took a couple caps, but ended up going to bed soon after. I woke up in the middle of the night to her and the other girls naked, stargazing in the backyard. I personally was like, whoa, okay, spiritual quest going on out there. I am just gonna go back to bed. Did not see her again. She went camping with some friends 2 weeks later between Mount St. Helens and Mount Adams. She took mushrooms again, and went to find herself and left the camp with no clothes, no shoes, no nothing. They searched and searched, and dogs found some of her foot tracks going down a ravine. The scent and tracks stopped at a road in the middle of nowhere, and they weren't ever able to find out what happened to her. Mysterious, and even more so that I had just met her for the first time a couple weeks prior. She had mentioned over and over the night I met her that she needed to venture through the wild to find her true destiny. I hope she did. Not a missing person case, but nobody to this day knows who killed her. In Anne Klein, 26 Evansville, January 18, 1973. Evansville. 40 years after 26-year-old college teacher Anne Klein was stabbed to death in a basement alcove of the old courthouse, her case file of thousands of pages soon could go to a place it has never been: the Vanderburgh County Prosecutor's Office. Evansville Police Department Detective Tony Mayhew has said for several years that he is certain who killed Klein. He has been building the case since receiving an anonymous telephone call nearly 8 years ago from someone described as an ex-friend of the suspect. The subsequent investigation has taken Mayhew to Texas twice, and left him hopeful that one of Evansville's oldest open homicide investigations still could be solved, despite the passage of so much time. In Italy there is the mystery surrounding Emanuela Orlandi's disappearance. She was a young girl who randomly disappeared near her house and was never found. Despite many reports of her being seen in different places, it is especially creepy if you consider that her father worked for the Vatican and the family resided in the Vatican City. But all Secret Service involvement was handled by the Vatican and kept undercover. Moreover, she was linked to a series of different political happenings, most notably either an involvement of the Vatican with the Mafia and her father or as a pawn to free Mehmet Ali Ağa, the Turkish man who shot Pope John Paul II. Her remains were never found and people keep coming up with anonymous testimonies which have never yielded a result. Link, Landy. I was working at Holloman AFB in New Mexico. I was working security forces. Our supervisor TSGT drove me and another airman to a vault out in rural New Mexico still on AF land. They said guard this door and shoot anything that comes out. Weird, right? I do my shift, and 2 people relieve us. I know both of them from the dorms. The next day, I go out to relieve them. No one is there, and the vault door is not locked, it locks from the outside. I call my supervisor. Multiple vehicles show up. I get pulled into a room and get out briefed. In short, I am not allowed to tell the location or the equipment in, around, the vault, what time, date, what was in the bunker, what happened to my wingman. He never came back to the dorms. I never saw him again. The squadron commander 05 never brought it up during any briefs. Usually when people cross-trained transferred, it was made public and we had going away parties. If any airman died, we had an honor guard funeral. Nothing for these 2 that went missing. TLDR, shady US military being the shady. Military does some shady shit. I was in Afghanistan in 2012. I was on stag guard during the day. I think it was literally midday. It was quiet and we hadn't had any dramas, which was a bit odd as we usually get a few pot shots at least once a day. Anyway, I was bored as duck and only half watching my arcs when I see a big truck off in the distance, which was very odd for where we were. This truck pulls up at a compound owned by a family sympathetic to NATO. They did feed us info on Taliban, IDs, weapons caches etc. Out jump like 12 dudes, all in modern military kit, helmets, armor, shiny weapons etc. Go into the compound, shoot the whole place up and leave. I sent the info up on the net when I first saw the truck. Then again when I saw the people were in uniform I asked if there was a NATO or Afghan op happening. No one knew anything or who they were. We were told not to pursue them, but we did crash out to check the compound. All we found was 5 bodies, all shot to shit. To this day I have no idea who they were. Definitely weren't Taliban, definitely weren't NATO, but we had no qualms rocking up and doing that less than a kilometer from a NATO PB. Weird shit. I have many, but I will pick 3 and my reasons why they are creepy. Solder children. 5 kids go missing after a house fire. The fire department was 2 miles away and was 7 hours late to the fire. And a few months before, a life insurance salesman threatened to burn the house. A witness saw the kids riding in a car passing the fire, and a woman gave them breakfast at a tourist stop the next morning. A photo of a man resembling one of the kids was mailed to the family 2 decades after the fire. Amy Bradley goes missing during a family cruise vacation, and was obviously sold into sex trafficking due to witness reports and a photo that was emailed to the family. Antoinette Cadito. A little girl opens her bedroom door to a man claiming to be her uncle, and abducted her. A few years later, she is spotted at a restaurant, and leaves a note for the waitress saying who she is and to call the cops. There is a 911 recording of her saying who she is, and a man in the back is heard screaming who said you can use the phone. She screamed, and the call went dead. Unfortunately, the call wasn't long enough to trace where it came from. Dwan Sims. He was 4 years old when he allegedly walked into Livonia, Mies Wonderland Mall on December 11, 1994 with his mom, and did not walk out again, leastwise not with her. Police claim that his mother, Dwana Harris, arrived at the mall alone that day and is therefore lying about what happened to her sons. To this day, Dwan has never been found and no one has been charged with anything relating to his disappearance. The mall is long gone, replaced by a freestanding Walmart and Target store. I did like to believe that Livonia P.D. gave this case their best efforts, but as a lifelong Livonian, I have seen the contempt shown towards what are euphemistically called out-of-towners from Detroit. I cannot be sure our suburban police department would have taken the disappearance of a city dweller as seriously as the case warranted. As an ex-retail security guard, I have seen firsthand how difficult it can be to find a single person in security footage on a busy day, and I was working with digital footage with all the bells and whistles in 1994. It would have been a VHS tape. I do not find the police's claims to have not seen him on the cameras as damning as they do. I do remember freaking my mom out. We went to that mall about once a week and I was about the same age as Dwan. The disappearance of the Beaumont children Link, Jane, Arna and Grant Beaumont 9, 7 and 4 respectively went to the beach unsupervised on Australia Day 1966 and never returned. They took a 5-minute bus ride to the beach at 10 a.m. and were expected to return at 2 p.m. Their mom gave them a couple of shillings to pay for their bus fare and buy some lunch. Several witnesses say they saw the children talking and playing with a tall blonde man approximately in his mid-30s. They went to a bakery near the beach and purchased some pasties and a meat pie which they paid for with a 1 note. This was notable to the shopkeeper because, at the time, 1 was a significant sum of money for a child to be carrying. She also knew the children and said they had never bought a meat pie before. A postman said he saw the children walking along the roads away from the beach at 2 p.m. laughing and chatting, but it is believed he may have been mistaken about the time of the sighting. The creepy part is that no further sightings have been made, no belongings, clothing or shoes have been found, no traces of the children and no bodies have ever been found. How does someone kidnap 3 children at once, sparking the largest manhunt in Australian history, and no one sees a thing? It has been over 51 years and there is still no trace of the children. Their parents are still alive and have never gotten closure. Hopefully one day this case will be solved. The disappearance of Crystal Rogers, 35-year-old mother of 5, mysteriously went missing on July 4th weekend 2015. Her car was later found abandoned on the Bluegrass Parkway in Bardstown, Kentucky, with a flat tire, her purse, phone, keys and diaper bag still inside. Bardstown, Kentucky has experienced multiple unsolved cases in recent years, including the strange murder of local police officer Jason Ellis in May of 2013, which is an entirely different unsolved mystery itself, and the murder of a mother and daughter inside their home in 2014. Many odd things have happened since Crystal Rogers' disappearance. Within a day or so her boyfriend, Brooks Houck, who was the last person to see her, was identified as a suspect after his story included large gaps and inconclusive statements. He admitted to burning a fire the same night she disappeared and was even seen leaving the premises with Crystal around midnight. Houck claims that when he awoke the following morning she had gone missing. Oddly enough, his brother, a police officer, was fired for interfering in the investigation around the same time after being accused of warning his brother that detectives were planning to question him and later told him not to talk to police. Authorities later said that he also failed a polygraph test in relation to Crystal's whereabouts. Furthermore, in November of 2016, Crystal's father, Tommy Ballard, who was a strong advocate to her search party, was mysteriously shot and killed while hunting. His wife claimed, shortly afterwards, that prior to his death, he believed he was being followed and had a surveillance camera rolling in his truck, which police took as evidence. The Ballard family recently caught a woman, who was later found to have a relationship with Houck, destroying signs that had been placed around town asking for help in Crystal's case. She was arrested and sentenced to 60 days in jail. While Brooks Houck was named the lead suspect in Crystal's disappearance, he was never charged. He now believes there's a 100 connection between Ballard's death and Crystal's disappearance. Edit: I found that a documentary is in the works about all of the mysterious things taking over Bardstown. Looks to be airing in summer of 2018. documentary to highlight Bardstown's unsolved crimes link. That has got to be link. In the 1960s and 70s, construction was booming in Sydney. 100-year-old sandstone and cast iron edifices were being pushed over to make room for pebble-crete monstrosities at an alarming rate. Enter Juanita Nielsen, already a wealthy heiress who could have ignored the chaos by living out her comfortable life inside. She instead went out and actively campaigned to save historic buildings in and around Sydney. She printed newsletters, organized rallies, and quickly became a figurehead for the preservation movement. And then one day she was gone. The most likely scenario was that she was kidnapped by a developer and her remains concreted into the foundations of one of the buildings she was protesting against. A local kid by the name Thomas Brown disappeared in Canadian, Texas. Brown was last seen on Wednesday evening, November 23, 2016 at 11:40 p.m. at a gas station inside the town of Canadian, Texas. He was wearing a black pullover with the Oklahoma State University logo displayed on the right upper chest area, as well as jeans and tennis shoes. Tom was a former football player for his high school and is the student class president of Canadian High School. Investigators have possibly determined that Brown may have either been taken against his will or agreed to travel with another party and may possibly be in danger. Further investigators believe that Tom could have left on his own. However, in the days since his disappearance he has made no effort to contact family. He has not used any money in any of his accounts. He has not used any of his social media accounts, credit cards, or his cell phone or email. Tom's red Dodge SUV was found on November 24, 2016 early in the morning by searchers in a remote section of the suburb area of Canadian, Texas. Upon inspection of the SUV, it was determined that Tom's wallet, keys, cell phone and school computer were missing. Video from a building in the area that the SUV was found shows it arrived in the remote area at 6:50 a.m. on November 24, 2016. However, the person driving could not be identified. Investigators believe Tom was in the parking lot of the Canadian High School football field in the area of 12:03 a.m. This is a highly traveled area for students that attend Canadian High School. On the official Facebook page Help Find Tom Brown, they stated that someone had hacked into his Facebook account. I really hope this young man is found and safely returned to his family. This young man went missing just a few weeks ago, and this is basically my neighborhood. Link. He was last seen behaving erratically at 5:55 in the morning. On CCTV footage, he was absolutely poorly dressed for the cold weather too. Secondly, 6 a.m. here in Scotland is pitch black. The sun comes up usually 7:30 a.m. I remember the flyers going up less than 24 hours after he was last seen, and thinking in that time frame it was totally possible to see him around the area in who knows what sort of state. I have seen the police searching the area, walking down my street with long pole sticks, poking at all the bushes. There is a canal, where the water is deep and pitch black, and lots of fall hazards and thick foliage everywhere. Plenty of nooks and crannies for a grown adult to have an accident and not be found. I shudder to think of the day I walk by a large bush and see a leg sticking out. Because of his missing person status, I do not walk on the canal path at night anymore, fearing of running into trouble. The case of Stevie Bates, young girl involved with the Occupy Wall Street movement who decided to go on a cross-country trip with people she barely knew, got cold feet down south and called her mother to tell her she was coming home, took a Greyhound back to NYC, here's where it gets weird, calls her mother from Philly, which is only 90 miles from NYC, tells her everything is fine. When she gets back to the city she's going to be visiting her boyfriend and then coming home. Her mother lived in Yonkers, north of NYC. She is extremely familiar with the city, having gone to college and living on the streets for a period of time. She arrived at the Port Authority bus terminal in Manhattan and is caught on security camera looking dazed and lost. She was never seen again. Boyfriend has a solid alibi, just literally disappeared into thin air. My great-aunt Diane Shannon Link. I was in middle school when this happened, and we weren't particularly close with that part of my family anymore when all of this shit went down. They were the black sheep branch on my mom's side of the family. Diane and my great-uncle George were going through a nasty divorce, and Diane had moved in with a friend who also happened to be the woman that my uncle had cheated on her with, instigating the divorce. Diane just disappeared one afternoon. Poof. She left behind her 2 sons, all of her medication, and approximately 100. The consensus among our family was that either 1. My uncle had probably killed her and buried her somewhere out on their 20 acres of land, but the county went over everything with a fine-tooth comb, cadaver dogs, and found nothing, or 2. Diane went back to her family in Canada. However, I am pretty sure that the local police department checked into the possibility and ruled it out. Regardless, my uncle always claimed innocence in the matter. He died about 10 years ago, so any answers we may have gleaned from him went to the grave with him. His eldest son, my cousin, has since committed suicide, and nobody has had contact with his youngest son in a decade. Sad all around, but now that I am older, I would love to have some answers. Some local ones you guys might not know about. Kurt Newton, Link. I remember my dad telling me about this when we would go camping there. His siblings and my grandparents were there the weekend before. I have been to the exact spot he was last seen. It's a creepy feeling. There was another one from the next town over, but I cannot seem to find anything on it. It was early 1990s and a girl was babysitting a neighbor's kids. She was found dead or went missing. I cannot really remember. There was a person who was convicted who to this day says he is innocent. There was another man that was picked up by my great-uncle as he was walking down the road near the house the murder happened. He had blood on his jacket and my uncle told him to leave his truck. My uncle gave the police his statement about the guy he picked up but died of cancer before the case went to trial, so it was dismissed as hearsay. That guy is still out there in our community maybe. Makes me think sometime when I drive down that stretch of road. Edit update. Talked to my mom. Her name was Sarah Cherry, a 12-year-old girl who was babysitting a 1-year-old in July of 1988. Dennis DeCane was arrested for it and is still in jail. She was found miles from the house. The door was ajar when the parents came home and the 1-year-old was in the crib. Sarah's shoes were still in the house. There is a book about it called Human Sacrifice by Jim Moore. Not really a missing person like I originally thought, but still interesting. Edit. 2-year-old La Reynolds went missing from her father's house filled with her family members one night. Her blood was found at the bottom of the basement stairs, but she has still never been found. This was 2013. Edit. 3 last one I think. There was a 60-year-old woman who was walking the Appalachian Trail and disappeared. Her body was found a year later, in an area they had already searched. In her tent, she had starved to death a half-mile from the trail. There was an episode of Northwoods Law about it. Went camping by Vanderhoof, BC, and learned about Madison Scott, close to the Highway of Tears, so it could be linked to the many disappearances that happen along that stretch. From the website, Friday, May 27, 2011, Madison and a female friend went out to Hogsback Lake for a party with the intention of camping overnight. It appears there were around 46 people at the party Friday night, mostly 18 to 25 years old, and a few older partiers up to 40 years old. Almost all are from the Vanderhoof area. Madison's friend who was going to stay with her left the party after midnight 2:30, with a young man who lives close by in the Hogsback Lake area. Either Madison was left to camp by herself or left with someone else, though information to date says she was left there by herself. The time Madison was last seen has been reported as 2:45 to 3 a.m. Hogsback Lake is located about 24.5 kilometers southeast from Vanderhoof down the Blackwater Road. See Google Map. It is a forestry campsite with 3 camping areas, a swimming area and dock. The lake is around 1 kilometer long and is surrounded by forest, with several trails leaving the campsite including a portion of the Telegraph Trail. Saturday, May 28, 2011, a couple of the partiers were back at Hogsback campsite the next day cleaning up 10 a.m. and saw her tent still standing and her truck, but they did not check if she was in the tent. There was no other tents or campers there. There was a large party of around 150 people at the Hogsback campsite on Saturday night, and no one reports seeing Madison. Madison's parents were concerned as they had not heard from their daughter, but she is a responsible 20-year-old, so they did not report her missing. Sunday, May 29, 2011, With no word from Madison and her not answering her cell phone, Madison's parents went to the Hogsback Lake campsite to look for her. They found her truck and her now flattened tent. Her purse was in the truck, but no sign of her and her cell phone. The police were called and the official search and rescue effort began. The RCMP and search and rescue teams from Vanderhoof, Prince George, Burns Lake and Fort Street, James directed additional volunteer searchers. Grid searches of the area starting from the campsite began, with helicopter searches, and the lake was searched by boat and side-searching sonar. Monday, May 3, 2011, the official search and rescue team with additional volunteers continued grid searching the area around Hogsback Lake. More helicopter searching was done. They thoroughly covered the whole area around the campsite and lake and did not see any sign of anyone leaving the area on foot or ATV on any of the trails or through the woods. Because of this, it was concluded Madison had left the area by vehicle on the road, and the official ground search was called off. Anything involving kids disappearing late at night from their homes are the worst. Eloise Whirlage link. Eloise Annella Whirlage was an 8-year-old girl who was abducted from her home in Beaumaris, Victoria, Australia, on January 12, 1976. Whirlage's 4-year-old brother raised the alarm when he noticed she was not in her room at 7:30 a.m. He later told police that he had heard robbers who had kidnapped his sister but was too scared to say anything because he thought they would take him too. There was no sign of a struggle. He described hearing crackling noises that police believed to be consistent with steps on the seagrass floor covering of Whirlage's bedroom. Police believed that Whirlage was lured from her bed by someone whom she knew and trusted, and had simply left the house via the front door, which had been left unlocked. Another possibility was that she may have been abducted by a prowler known to be in the area at the time. A dark green car speeding down Scott Street at 2 a.m. was reported by a neighbor. Another neighbor reported seeing a green Holden station wagon she did not recognize parked near the Whirlage's house around midnight. And another neighbor reported having seen a young man walking down the fence line of the Whirlage home, making her feel so uneasy that she crossed the street in avoidance. Around the same time, Molly Saltz, a neighbor from further down the street, saw a young man jump the fence into the Whirlage property after running in front of her car and across the street. At 2 a.m., Daphne Owen Smith heard a child's cry and a car door slam, and Sam reported also hearing this at the same time. Bark from a tree outside Whirlage's window was found on her bedroom floor. A small hole had been cut in the fly screen of her window, but forensic tests revealed that it had been cut from the inside. Police believed the hole was too small to have been used by the abductor, and scientific evidence found it unlikely that Whirlage was taken through her open bedroom window. Usha degree link. In the early morning hours of February 14, 2000, for reasons unknown, she packed her book bag, left her family home north of the city, and began walking along nearby North Carolina Highway 18 despite heavy rain and wind. Several passing motorists saw her when one turned around at a point 1.3 miles to 1 kilometer from her home and began to approach her. She left the roadside and ran into a wooded area. In the morning, her parents discovered her absence. No one has seen her since. Around 8 p.m. that night, both children went to bed in the room they shared. Almost an hour later, the power went out in the neighborhood after a nearby car accident. It was restored shortly after Harold returned from work, around 12:30 a.m. At that time he checked on his children and saw both of them asleep in their beds. He checked again shortly before he went to bed at 2:30 a.m. on February 14th, and again saw them both shortly afterwards. O'Brien recalls hearing Usha's bed squeak. He did not further rouse himself as he assumed she was merely changing positions in her sleep. Apparently around this time, Usha got out of bed, taking a book bag she had previously packed with several sets of clothes and personal items, and left the house. Between 3:45 and 4:15 a.m., two drivers saw her walking south along Highway 18, wearing a long-sleeved white t-shirt and white pants, just north of its junction with Highway 180. They reported this to police after seeing a TV report about her disappearance. One witness reported seeing her at about 4 a.m. and said that he turned his car around because he thought it was strange. Such A small child would be out by herself at that hour. He circled 3 times and saw Degree run into the woods by the roadside and disappear. It was a rainy night, and the witness said there was a storm raging when he saw her. Aquila awoke at 5:45 a.m. to get the children ready for school. On the morning of February 14th, an important day since it was not only Valentine's Day but the Degrees' wedding anniversary. This involved drawing a bath for them as they had not been able to take one the night before due to the power outage. When she opened the children's room to wake them up before their 6:30 alarm and call them to the bath, O'Brien was in his bed but Asha was not, and Aquila was unable to find her in the house, nor in the family cars. She told Harold she could not find their daughter. He suggested Asha might have gone over to his mother's house across the street, but when Aquila called there her sister-in-law said Asha was not there. That's when I went into panic mode. I heard a car next door. I put shoes on and ran outside. Aquila called her mother, who told her to call the police. Elm Guesthouse is a notorious high-end brothel in the UK during the 80s. The clients there were celebrities and politicians. It had your usual adult sex workers, but also it is rumored to be where the Westminster paedophile ring abused children. It is alleged to be involved in the disappearance of 80-year-old Vishal, whose body was later found with the lower half of his body missing. It is also claimed they took children from local care homes, so if they were murdered it could have been written off as runaways or no one would notice them missing. Most of the people named as abusers are dead now. The Metropolitan Police announced last week that they were investigating possible murders linked to the Elm Guesthouse in Barnes, southwest London. The new inquiry began when an alleged victim came forward claiming to have witnessed 3 boys being killed, including one allegedly strangled by a Conservative MP during a depraved sex game. He claimed that high-profile pedophiles abused children at locations in London in the 1970s and 1980s. Mr. Maritra's son Vishal was abducted as he walked home to Putney after watching the Prince of Wales and Diana Spencer ride to their wedding in a carriage on July 29, 1981. He had gone ahead of other family members for the last few hundred yards. He was last seen less than a mile from the guest house. Mr. Maritra claims he received an anonymous call from a male prostitute in the months following. A man he guessed to be in his 20s told him Vishal may have been abducted by highly placed pedophiles operating from the Elm Guest House. Mr. Maritra said, he told the Telegraph, I was contacted by a young man who seemed to be in his 20s. He told me he believed Vishal may have been taken by pedophiles in the Elm Guest House near Barnes Common. He said there were very highly placed people there. He talked about judges and politicians who were abusing little boys. Mr. Maritra, a solicitor who was a GP at Wimbledon Magistrates Court until retiring in 2006, claims the man said he had already informed police about activities at the guest house, but had received no response. He added, I recorded the whole 15-minute conversation and took it to police, but instead of investigating it, they just poo-pooed it and I never heard anything about the tape again. The whole thing went cold. At that time I trusted the police, but when nothing happened, I became confused and concerned. Now it is clear to me that there has been a huge cover-up. There is no doubt in my mind. In February 1982, part of Vishal's skeleton was found in Woodland in West Sussex. There was no trace of his legs, pelvis or lower spine, nor of his outer clothes, his sleeveless vest or his Superman underpants. Link. Very late here, but some of the weirdest I have heard of occurred in an area called the Bennington Triangle, which centers around Glastonbury Mountain in Vermont. There have been 5 confirmed disappearances in the area, all of which are pretty mysterious. In most cases the missing person had just been seen by someone and seemed to vanish into thin air. Of the 5 missing people, only one was ever found, at least her remains. The creepiest of the disappearances to me is Frida Langer. She was an experienced hiker and familiar with the area. She and her cousin had decided to go for a hike. Not far from their campsite her cousin slipped and fell into a stream, soaking his clothes. She offered to hike back to camp to get him a dry set of clothes. He obliged, considering she was familiar with the area and they were not far from camp. When she did not return after an hour, he started to hike back to camp. He did not see any trace of her along the way, and when he arrived back at camp no one in the group had seen her return. The area was searched extensively over the next 2 weeks but turned up nothing. The next year her body was found out in an open clearing and in an area that had been searched the year prior. The body was decomposed too much for a cause of death to be determined. If you're interested in hearing a more detailed telling of the other disappearances, the podcast Lore does a fantastic episode about it called The Redcoats. The Valentich disappearance. Man goes on flight, see some crazy shit, asks air traffic control what it is, then gone. No remains found. Extremely secretive investigation occurred. Valentich radioed Melbourne Flight Service at 7:06 p.m. to report an unidentified aircraft was following him at 500 feet 400 meters and was told there was no known traffic at that level. Valentich said he could see a large unknown aircraft which appeared to be illuminated by 4 bright landing lights. He was unable to confirm its type, but said it had passed about 100 feet 300 meters overhead and was moving at high speed. Valentich then reported that the aircraft was approaching him from the east and said the other pilot might be purposely toying with him. Valentich said the aircraft was orbiting above him and that it had a shiny metal surface and a green light on it. Valentich reported that he was experiencing engine problems. Asked to identify the aircraft, Valentich radioed, "It is not an aircraft," when his transmission was interrupted by unidentified noise described as being metallic, scraping sounds before all contact was lost. Audio transcript. Though I think it's a recreation. Link. I came to know about an unsolved case from 1965, in Gothenburg, Sweden. The day is July 29, 1965. 3 robbers stormed and robbed a bank. They were dressed in women's clothing and made off. Before one of the customers wrestled the gun away from one of the robbers and he shot himself in the leg. They had wetsuits underneath and discarded the disguises. Their plan was to swim to a getaway boat, but they all were arrested by the police. Later on that same day, 16-year-old KJL Elk Johansson, 22-year-old Gay Carlson, and 21-year-old Jan Olof Dalsj disappeared after the 3 intended to take a camping trip. The young men in their car which they used has never been found. It is also worth noting that the 3 young men were part-time dock workers, who had minor criminal records and carried large amounts of money. 16-year-old KJL Elk became a father before his disappearance. Hjalmar Lundqvist was an 18-year-old artist who was staying with family in Skåne County and intended to go to Lyekil because he was bored and wanted to travel. Lundqvist was hitchhiking and passed through Gothenburg when he also disappeared. Speculation led people to believe that either 1. The young men were killed by the robbers to ensure silence, 2. The young men were involved in the robbery and opted to disappear when it went wrong, 3. They were involved and it coincides what happened that day. Hjalmar Lundqvist was hiking and it is possible that he was in the car with the young men and they crashed and the car hasn't been found. 2 people came forward to say they saw Lundqvist and the claims have not been verified. Even after more than 50 years, nobody knows what happened to the 4 young men who disappeared. The name of this case is called Dalsjfjlant. I know I am super late to this party, but I have never been able to find an active thread for this subject. Several years ago I was visiting my relative's farm with an older cousin. They had a young son. Since it was a bit boring, they let us take their gator cart out for a ride in the woods under the house. My older cousin was driving and he decided to go up a sharp hill as a shortcut. Turns out the piece of earth he thought was a shale patch turned out to be a patch of very soft mud clay. The gator was hopelessly stuck. We knew we'd be in trouble for that, so we spent half an hour trying to get it out. The 5-year-old decided he was going to run back up to the house and get his mother to get the tractor to tow us out. He takes off up the hill and we sit to wait. 30 minutes later he hasn't come back and no one has come to help us. A few minutes earlier I had heard what sounded like a car engine, but figured since there was a highway nearby the wind might be distorting my hearing. We decided to walk up to the house and fess up. We get there and the 5-year is not there. No one has seen him. He never spoke to anyone. We search the house, the land. We go down the drive to the small group of homes under the hill the farm was on. No sign of him. Police get called. Search and rescue brought in. Dogs, foot patrols, car patrols, air. They sent a 1-man dive team into the ponds in the area. Neighbors on horse did searches. I mentioned the car I did heard. The woods had a small path worn by years of hunters and trucks, state maintenance, and farm vehicles. It had one entrance on the highway. one just past the neighborhood on a residential street. Anyone could use it. I was 10 when this happened. Our older cousin was 13. I am 22 now. We still have not found a trace of the little boy. The cops think someone may have driven down that wooded road and snatched him. Maybe someone was driving and they accidentally hit him and then took the body because they panicked. He never screamed. We did not hear a peep. The woods aren't big enough that he could have wandered off and succumbed to the elements. He went missing without a trace or a sound yards from us, and half an acre from his home. His case has gone cold, and 3 years ago he was declared legally dead at the urging of his parents, both of whom were very ill with cancer. When I was 13, a man called the tipling and gave information as to the whereabouts of the boy's body. Police took a dig team and a dog out. Sonar scanning and the dog both pinged that human remains had been there but were not any longer. What was there was a discoloration to the soil that was analyzed and found to be blood. It was a mitochondrial match to his mother. They found one tiny piece of bone along with that. Placement in body unknown. It was one trace, not enough to declare death in any declarative fashion. The call was placed from a burner phone and therefore untraceable. It was the only lead we ever got. My theory: cousin goes back up the hill where he has to cross that path. Someone either hit him accident or purposely and took his body out of fear to dispose of and avoid criminal charges, or someone came down that road and kidnapped him, later killing him. Either way, I believe he died that day or soon after. However, the blood and bone frag found in the ground makes that line of thought a little difficult to back up, considering they were able to see it, test it, and match it. Blood exposed to the elements, even buried, eventually disappears. Bone, especially the soft bones of a small child, break down eventually. So the only other theory: he was taken, kept alive, then killed or died, and was buried in the place the dogs went bananas. Police support the kept alive, later died or was killed theory, out of respect for his siblings and remaining family, and the fact that the case is still technically active. I refrain from using his family name or even my state, for fear that trolls will try to waylay the case. I bet they do not even investigate anymore. I cannot even remember what he looks like anymore, but his name was Michael, and he lived. Stephen Clark Link, he and a friend, Christopher W. Cushway, had spent the previous night drinking on the west side of the city and decided to stop by a party store across the river to buy more liquor. On the way, they suffered a flat tire after hitting a curb. Cushway pulled over and parked his car in a lot near Madison Avenue. He and Clark continued to the party store, bought some liquor and were walking toward Vets Bridge, intending to cross it on foot and head back to Cushway's house. When Clark wandered down an alley, Cushway told police. Cushway said he figured Clark had to urinate, so he kept walking to his house. When he woke the next morning, Clark had not arrived. Even after opening up the case several times afterward, still no conclusion. Also, where TF is Jimmy Hoffa Link? Levi Fradian Ga child abduction is called Levi's call after him. In the 90s, the boy is riding his bike from a friend's house to his own home. It is not far and it's a local road he knows well. Somewhere between his house and his friends, he goes missing. They found his body in Dawson Forest, which is about 20-ish miles away and a place people love to place bodies, but his murderer has never been found. It is creepy to me cause while I do not know the kid, I have several friends who did, and lived on the road he disappeared on for a while, before I knew of his disappearance. Edit also Elisa Lamb. While this case has been discussed many times and there are tons of theories, they are just that, theories. If you're curious about the case, just Google her. Be prepared for the rabbit hole. The last videos of her are absolutely chilling, and also, she was found in the hotel water tank reservoir, on the roof. People staying in the hotel had been bathing in and drinking the water of a decaying woman. They only looked for her and noticed she was missing. When people complained of water pressure and gray water gag, how did Elisa get into the water tank? What was she experiencing in those last videos of her? Was she murdered or was it mental illness that led to her death? I have no insider information obviously and am just going off podcasts I listen to that have done research and interviews. I do not think she was in on his disappearance. I also do not think it had anything to do with a national conspiracy, but I am usually skeptical of conspiracy theories in general. I think he went missing pretty much exactly as it is presented and he died shortly after. I think coping with that, especially how she had to do it, without community or law enforcement support basically, must have required a lot of coping mechanisms, and one of them ended up being she believed in these weird things after so many years. But again, there is some really strange details when it comes to the young people who came forward for those trials against the guy who is not a late night talk show host. Really weird one.
Serious, people who went missing. What happened? I walked out of my life when I came home to find another man in my bed with my girlfriend. Spent a year hitchhiking. No missing persons report. No one looked for me. No one missed me. Dang man. Really sorry to hear that. I was about 6 years old. One day I was playing outside. There's a petting zoo about 4 kilometers away from where we lived and I guess I decided to go there. So I did. By myself. Barefooted. In my pajamas. When I got there the manager found out I was alone and had reached my parents by phone. I don't actually remember much of it but it's pretty hilarious. This reinforces my belief that children are basically just tiny drunk people. So, back when I was in Boy Scouts, my troop lost me, twice, in the same night, while I was still in my tent. This is not an exaggeration. The story is thus: we were at Camp Decorah, in Iowa. We had the idea to go and perform a raid on the counselors' tents cabins. I, however, was feeling ill, so I specifically said I'm not feeling well, I'm going to sleep. They acknowledged this, expressed regret that I was not coming along, and went to have their fun. They have their fun. They retreat into the woodline. Then they take a head count. I am not in the head count. They expect me to be in the head count, because they forgot. So, now, there is a missing camper. The entire camp is set to searching for me. Sometime during this, a guy from my troop decides to, get this, check the tents. I am in my tent, as I should be. So he goes to report that I am found. I go to the bathroom during this time. Someone comes back to the camp, and checks my tent. I am in the bathroom, so I am not in my tent. I am now missing again. I get found sooner this time. When I was 4 I got lost in a city and was rescued by what my dad thought was a gang. We had dinner in Chinatown with another family. 5 kids in all. Crossing the street after dinner, we were holding hands in a big chain. My older sibling let go. When the lights changed and everyone crossed I stayed on the sidewalk. I was looking through a window into a barber shop where some huge guy was having his head shaved. Can still picture the scene. When I finally looked around everyone was gone. I started to cry. A group of teenagers approached and asked if I was lost. I said yes. A tall kid hoisted me into his shoulders and started down the block. Other kids split up and went in different directions. We rounded a corner and I saw my dad. He turned white and ran toward us. The kid lowered me to the ground. A few other kids were there. They stood around awkwardly while the tall kid explained what happened to my dad. My dad, not a demonstrative guy, flung himself at the kid and hugged him. My mom appeared and picked me up. Years later my dad told me he saw the same group of kids hanging around when he first parked in the city that evening and was suspicious that they were a gang. He was embarrassed and tried to be less judgmental after that. Wish I could thank those guys. This was a long time ago. That was actually really smart to put you on his shoulders. My high school, American, football team had an away game in a somewhat sketchy city. Bus took the team back to high school afterwards. I was too young to drive and I was grounded and had my phone taken away. I waited at the school for an hour and a half but my parents never came to pick me up. So I started the 4-mile walk back to my house carrying all my pads and school books. While I was walking back my mom showed up and I wasn't there. She panicked and found the coach and told him. My coach sent a group text to the entire team asking if anyone knew where I was. Came to school the next day and everyone thought I had missed the bus and gotten lost. It ended up being a team joke for the rest of the year. Bonus: my parents never took my phone away again. I went sleepwalking one night when I was 10 years old, unlocked the front door and went for a stroll through the neighborhood. I woke up a few hours later in the middle of the street, barefooted, in a cul-de-sac I've never been in before. Scared the bejesus out of me. Ended up running through the streets until I found my way back home. My parents had been crapping bricks looking all over for me. They put a lock on my door after that so I couldn't go for any more midnight strolls. My cousin once disappeared while sleepwalking. Her parents woke up in the night and she wasn't in bed. They searched the streets for her but nothing, so they eventually called the police. The police asked them if they had checked inside the house. They hadn't. She had fallen asleep in the hall closet. I was hiking to see the volcanic eruption back in 2010, the one before all the grounded flights. On the way back I got separated from my group. We were about 8-10, one of which was a very good friend of mine. Anyway, I tend to walk pretty fast, especially on my way down from a mountain. This was in March in Iceland, so it gets dark pretty soon and fast. Unfortunately for me, I didn't have a torch on me and in maybe half an hour everything went pitch black. I had chosen to walk the same path as the one I went up. This was extremely stupid of me as that path was about 5 meters away from a 15-meter drop into a canyon. Not only that, but the path was beside a waterfall. Waterfalls tend to have a lot of mist coming from them. Said mist goes onto the path. And because this is March in Iceland, and on a mountain it's about -5 degrees Celsius without wind chill, that mist turns to basically an ice skating rink on a 45-degree angle. That was an experience. I had been lost for about 5 hours. I didn't turn up until I got down from the mountain. But I was one of 20 that got lost that Saturday, 2 of whom died. Icelandic SAR groups were quite busy that time. Once when my grandfather was watching my younger sister and I decided to take a shower and didn't think to tell anyone. I took my leisurely shower, and when I came out no one was in the house. I went outside to see if maybe they were out there. It was summer, so reasonable to spend the evening in the yard. It turned out, my grandfather and sister had alerted the neighbors that I had gone missing, and the entire neighborhood was out looking for me. It wasn't even that long of a shower. It's annoying how much of an overreaction people can have. When I was a young lad, my brother and I used to go to this gymnastics play area. They had trampolines, those bars you swing around, and a tightrope over a pit full of pieces of foam. My brother and I decided to play hide and seek. I hid first. About an hour later, the place is closing. My mum asks my brother where I am. He says we're playing hide and seek and I've hidden really well. 3 hours later, the staff have locked all of the doors and phoned the police. My mum was in a blind panic. My brother had given up on finding me and was bouncing on a trampoline. The staff were frantically tearing the place apart looking for me. My brother got bored of trampolining so decided to play in the foam pit. He jumped in and heard a loud ouch. I climbed out of the foam and said, "Did I win?" We never went back to that place. Dang. You are dedicated to the art of hide and seek. I was at a college house party. I went there with several friends. I didn't have a cell phone yet. Managed to hold out until 2004. Our dorm rooms came with landlines at the time. I ended up going home with a guy and hooking up with him. Woke up the next day, checked my email on his computer and found a ton of frantic emails from my friends. They actually thought that I'd been abducted, roofied or killed myself. I was very depressed at the time. They filed a missing person report on me with campus security and several friends were searching for me in the woods. TLDR. My friends thought it was more likely that I'd gotten kidnapped than gotten laid. Edit. Wow, I didn't expect this to blow up like this. Almost considered using a throwaway. To clarify, yes, I'm a woman. And I'm pleasantly surprised that there were so few PMs and comments calling me a S. Stop it. S-shaming is not cool. How do men expect to get laid if there aren't women who also want to get laid? Spoiler alert, we exist. I drank too much. Left my buddy's house to get my phone out of his car. Woke up several hours later with about 5 cops standing on me yelling at me to quit resisting. Turns out I had wandered through 2 gates, a front porch and into his neighbor's basement. When the cops showed up, I was snuggling with his neighbor's 2 Rottweilers on their basement floor. Reminds me of Lethal Weapon 3. Now, They said I was lucky they didn't eat me. I was also lucky I didn't get shot. This took place in a small town near East St. Louis. Pretty rough neighborhood. I was arrested for felony breaking and entering. Luckily, the cops ended up being cool and understanding. My buddy's elderly neighbors were just freaked out by a drunk, naked white guy sleeping with their dogs in their basement. My buddies had no idea where I was until the next afternoon when I called him from jail. Luckily, he was a good dude and bailed me out. All the charges were dropped. When I walked up to the attorney and judge at court, they all pretty much made fun of me and just asked if I learned my lesson. Was 3 years old, at the beach with dad and bro, on a camping trip. Just started walking around picking up bird feathers. My dad and bro and the rest of the people we were camping with went back to camp. I just kept picking up feathers. After a while my dad realized he forgot me and went back to the beach in a panic and found me with a large amount of feathers in my hands. I didn't so much go missing, as much as got forgotten. I was living with my new husband in a town about 1,000 miles away from my mother, who has always been a world-class warrior. This was in the days before everyone had a cell phone. His entire family was going to be invading us in a few days, so I was polishing up the apartment to look good, and in the process of wiping fingerprints off the phone, I turned the ringer off, and did not notice. We just moved in, so several days without any calls wasn't unusual. Fast forward, the in-laws have just arrived while I am lying down in the bedroom taking a nap because I have been spit shining everything in the place and making tasty baked goods all while coming down with a bad cold. There's a knock on the front door. My husband comes to the bedroom and says there's someone who wants to talk to me. It's the police, and they insist on talking to me alone in the hallway to make sure everything is really, truly okay. Then they tell me to call my mother. I come back in to see his parents, sister, brother-in-law, their 7 kids, and a passel of assorted aunts, uncles, and cousins, all staring silently at me. But wait, there's more. Mum didn't have our address. All she had was a description of the building. The town was small enough that the police knew just where that was, but they didn't know what apartment, so they knocked on every other door in the building before getting to us on the top floor corner unit. I got blackout drunk on the 4th of July and presumably tried to walk home from my friend's house. First thing I remember is being in a really sketchy part of town about 8 miles away from my home with my phone dead and still crap faced. Went around knock on people's doors at 3 in the morning trying to use a phone. I eventually stumbled to a grocery store at like 5 in the morning and asked for directions. When I walked outside, these 2 real gangster looking guys who were picking up more booze at the store asked if I wanted a ride. Being a very trusting person and drunk as crap, I accepted. They lit up a blunt and we smoked it as they gave me a ride home. I stumbled into my house at 6 to be screamed at by my girlfriend who thought I was dead because the last text she got from me was, "Help, I lost." Good guy gangsters. I was about 10 or so and I was a member of a club where I learned to shoot air rifles. My parents would drop me off, then go and take off again, and pick me up when it was time. One day they didn't show up. I waited for an hour, called home, no answer. This was before cell phones, so I was stuck. No idea what to do. Well, I did have one idea. I knew how to get home. It would be about 6 kilometers walking, but I had a good mental map of the way back and the weather was fine. So I left the club and began to walk home. I made it about halfway before my parents pulled over next to me and they were kinda angry with him. Also kinda apologetic because they'd forgotten about me. They told me not to wander off like that again. And I told them not to forget about me again. Didn't get any punishment. Almost exactly the same thing happened to me, except I played table tennis. And I made it 5/6 kilometers before my dad picked me up in his car. Be right back. Googling statute of limitations. We're good. When I was 16 I stole $5,000 and ran away to New Orleans. Before Katrina when it was still fun. I'm old. Good times were had. My parents are divorced and I only saw him a couple times a year. My grandparents on his side, that I saw even less. And my sister went to this huge water park. Apparently there was a water ski show they all wanted to watch. I asked if I had time to stand under the big bucket that splashes everybody. They all walked to the big bucket thing. and 7-year-old me spends 5 minutes staring at the bucket waiting for it to tip over. When it finally happens, it is awesome. Then, I look around, and my entire family was gone. They only had 2 kids to keep up with. I, being a rather intelligent child, walked to the front of the park and got them to keep calling them on the intercom. They didn't come until an hour and a half later, after the show had ended. They told me after the fact that they indeed heard the announcements and thought I could find my way back. I didn't consider myself close to this side of the family as it was, but this was the first event that made me start distancing myself from them. I wasn't exactly missing, but I did try to run away. I was around 6 years old and I was at a big camp out for Cub Scouts, like Boy Scouts for little kids. My dad said he was going to take the tent and stuff back to the car, and that I had to wait around the campsite for a few minutes. Well, in my little kid brain, a few minutes felt like hours. I thought he had ran away without me, so I grabbed my backpack and began walking away. I reached the parking lot and saw his car was still there. However, my little kid mind thought he had left anyways. I decided I would leave the camp and walk home. So I wandered around for a few minutes trying to find the exit. Then a man in a golf cart rode up to me. He asked me, "Are you Savajikau?" and I just nodded my head because at this point I was crying. I got the cart with him and he drove me over to where my dad was. Apparently he really was only gone for a few minutes. He hugged me and we went home. My best friend and I decided to play near the river. I was 6 or 7. The thing is, it was 5 PM and when crap got dark we didn't know where to go, so we stayed near the river for the whole night. Telling scary stories while sitting near a river with no light is not the best thing to do. I used to escape a lot when I was really small, like 3, 4 years old. Once, we were spending the whole summer in this seaside town, where my grandmother had a restaurant. It has a little marine, a big old town and a huge hotel, with a huge balcony in the open, where a band played every night for guests. So it is super busy every night in the center. My mom was holding my hand while we were walking and somehow I disappeared. They looked for me everywhere, for hours. In the end, my mom was certain I fell into the sea, in the marine, and she was sitting there, crying the whole evening. Around 2 AM, a young Italian couple brought me to my grandmother's restaurant, kicking and screaming. Apparently, I was at the mentioned hotel the whole evening, dancing the night away. Everyone thought I was with someone. When all of them left, that couple saw me alone, on the stage, playing with instruments. They recognized me from when they were having dinner at my grandma's place, so they knew where to take me. Needless to say that my mom went crazy when she saw me crying for being taken away from the stage. I escaped a few more times. I had a Tinder account but was too embarrassed to tell my friends. So when I actually hit it off with this guy and he asked me on a date, I didn't tell anyone. I was in college and in a sorority at the time that had weekly Sunday meetings. I never missed a meeting and I lived with some of my sorority sisters, so we always walked to meetings together. Well, this date was on a Sunday but I told the guy I had to be back for the meeting easy get out clause if the date went poorly. He was picking me up and taking me to dinner but wouldn't say where. Super sketchy but I went with it. Turns out the date was great. So great that dinner lasted forever and then we went out for ice cream. I totally lost track of time, missed my meeting, and of course didn't check my phone. I got back to my apartment hours after the meeting ended. It was full of my roommates and other sorority sisters freaking out about where I was. I was so giddy after the date I totally wasn't expecting all the scared and angry looks. I said some lie about getting caught up at the library and forgetting my phone. It's been a year since that date and I'm madly in love with him. Still no one knows we met on Tinder. We plan on telling everyone at our wedding. I thought he was going to kidnap you. My friend and I left the mall and walked to a friend's apartment about 2 miles away. This was before cell phones were common. I called my mom from the friend's home later to pick us up and said we were at his apartments and we'll meet you by the pool. It turns out I didn't know what the heck apartment complex we were at and had accidentally told my mom the wrong ones. After about 6 hours we were freaking out and so was she. We were sitting in a little warm area and saw her car drive by very slowly and start to leave. We caught up and opened the door and got in. I stated to say, "Mom, what the?" and then she let me have it. I believe I am still technically grounded. A few years ago, I was depressed and not really very social to begin with. At some point, my boyfriend at the time broke up with me and I just snapped. I booked a train ticket to him, around 10h ride, and just left the next morning. Also basically stopped going to work at the same time, from one day to the next. I told no one about the trip and stayed away for about 10 days. When I came back, I had a note from the police on my door about being registered as a missing person. I lived in a student house, so at least everyone on my floor must have seen that note. Turn out my friends had filed a missing person report because I guess work had contacted them. I was angry at the time, because I felt like crap and thought nobody cared about me anyway and shouldn't interfere with my life. Ironically, they had just shown that they did, indeed, care. Now I'm grateful that they did it. Late, so this will get buried, but I think it's funny. When I was little I used to love wandering away from my mom when we would go to the store, so she finally decided to let me do it. Circle back around me and follow me while hiding until I started freaking out just to teach me a lesson. One time I got as far as to go up to a security guard and tell him, sobbing, that I couldn't find my mom. She then runs out trying to explain what was going on. He wasn't pleased. It was winter break of my freshman year of college. I had just gotten dumped. I was depressed. I just wanted to be alone. I had a decent amount of money, so I rented an extended stay hotel room for 2 weeks, bought enough food and supplies for 2 weeks, shut off my cell phone and didn't go outside for 2 weeks. When I returned home my family yelled at me for several hours and I had received over 200 phone calls and over 500 text messages. 10/10 would highly recommend. I probably won't recommend this unless you hate your family. I got lost in the mall, and my dad got the information desk to announce my name telling me my dad is looking for me. Scariest day of my life. I got lost for a few hours at a country show when I was very young, 3 or 4 years old. I had been doing that thing where you are following what you think is your parents' legs but turns out it was someone else the whole time. Cause of the crowds I got completely lost. Being so young I just started wandering around on my own. My parents started freaking out. Mother was crying while my dad frantically got the organizers to start looking for me. Luckily after an hour or so I was noticed by a kindly group of older ladies who got hold of a steward to reunite me. This isn't remarkable in itself, but fast forward 20 years later and by coincidence I was at the showground with my parents for another reason. I had completely forgotten about being lost, but it was obviously still ingrained in my parents' minds. As we drove around, there was no show on at the time. My dad points to a spot and goes, out of nowhere, that's exactly where you went missing. And then a few minutes later and that's where they found you, and both started yattering on about what happened that day. Amazing to think after all these years that incident was fresh in their minds and they could remember it like it was yesterday. They were sort of joking around about it, but you could tell the emotions of almost losing me were still raw. They can't remember where they left the TV remote but can remember the day they almost lost their kid as clear as anything. I guess you never stop being a parent no matter how old your kids get. When I was about 25, I got a letter in the mail to report to jail to serve 10 days for not paying a fine. At the time I was dealing with heavy depression and drank quite a lot, so I said, frick it, if you want me to go to jail, come get me. Well, one Sunday morning, they actually came. The cops rang the doorbell like maniacs, while I was still asleep from a stupor the previous night, trying to get me to open the door. I finally woke up when one of the cops was trying to break into my apartment through the back door. The cops told me they'd bring me to jail and asked me if they wanted me to notify someone. In my still drunken haze, I told them no and that I'd call someone myself from jail. Turns out in my country you don't get one phone call when arriving in jail. In fact, it takes 7 days to be properly processed, and during that time, no phone calls are allowed. I thought I'd be getting my phone call on the 7th day, but instead they transferred me to another jail on my 5th day, and at that place they told me the same thing. Processing takes 7 days and you're not allowed to call anybody. In the meantime, my friends and family were going nuts. A friend of mine who had a spare key to my apartment even went looking to check if I was hanging from the ceiling. They all had called the cops repeatedly, who didn't tell them that I was in jail, because of some privacy issues reasons, which I don't really understand to this day. When my mom called the cops again, crying, on the 8th day, one officer finally cracked and told them that I was in jail. When I was released from jail and went by a friend's place on my way back home, he was very happy to see me, but he also yelled at me a lot and made me call my parents immediately. Called my parents, lots of crying, lots of yelling, but all in all very happy that I was still alive. Memphis, Tennessee, the summer of 1990. I was 5 years old, and my best friend was this little black girl in my apartment complex. Her parents invited me to her birthday party at McDonald's. We all lived in a very low-income housing projects type of place, so this was basically the height of excess, and I was hardcore excited. So they round up all of us kids and take us in a van to the local MCD's. The party was pretty pimp, cake and stuff, and we were all playing in the little inside playground there. Long story short, I ultimately exit from the playground, and no one was there. The little girl's parents freaking forgot me, packed everyone up and left me there. I didn't realize it at the time, being distracted by food and seemingly awesome covered slides. I was just like, whoa, this is longest part ever. The staff didn't even say anything or notice something was off about an unattended kid just hanging around. 9 hours later, my parents weren't exactly winning any awareness awards themselves. My mom and dad and 3 cop cars finally come to get me. I remember my mom being downright irate because, you were the only little blonde haired white girl in a freaking sea of black kids. Not exactly unremarkable. I got lost at a music festival once. I went to sleep in a tent with my boyfriend and best friend, and I guess they woke up around 7 and I wasn't around. They figured I went to the bathroom, so they just waited. After some time they decided to go searching. It must have been not too long after they left that I woke up in the backseat of the car and crawled back into the tent. I must have sleepwalked. Anyway, they ask EMT and other festival goers, and there's a ton of people looking for me. I had no idea. They were making announcements over the speakers and even sent out a text on the system. My boyfriend came back to get his shirt or something and I was all snuggled in. He was reasonably angry. I told him what happened and it was whatever. When my friend finally came back, I told her the same story, at which point she reminded me that we didn't have a backseat because it was full of camping supplies. Still to this day I have no idea whose car I fell asleep in. I was in the Royal Navy and visiting Miami. Some shipmates and I went out to sample the delights of said town, and it was all going well when apparently I disappeared. I turned up about 5 hours later with no idea where I had been. Luckily I didn't have a sore ass and still had my wallet and cash. Odd. Not me, but my dad's oldest brother went missing for 3 years. He was just a piece of crap though. He was just partying and visiting different cities. When he ran out of money he called back the family from Mexico City. Not quite in line with the question, but when I was in 7th grade my choir group performed at a theme park inside a mall. We got some free time to bum around the mall after the performance. When it was time to go, one of the other kids told the teacher I left with the family of another student. I had not. I returned to find the bus had left and I was alone at 13, an hour from home. I found a mall cop and told him the situation. He brought me to the security office and I called my parents. I held it together until I talked to my mom. Thankfully my uncle was nearby and came to pick me up, so I didn't have to wait at the mall for my parents. I guess I was missing, but I was the only one who knew it for a bit. As a parent, we carpooled pickup of our kids to their after school care. Well, we paid one parent and she did it. One day, the parent took all the kids to McDonald's instead, on a whim. My wife called her phone. She was too busy with the kids to answer, so she didn't. She called other parents, who confirmed that yes, our kids got into the car with her after school. She called again and again and no answer. She called the lady's husband, who also tried to contact the driver but no answer. Was there a car accident? What happened to our kids? My wife was in tears. She was so worried. I was less worried, but the panic was building up in me. After an hour of this, another mom finally contacted us. She was also with the driver, but we didn't know her. My wife was full on in tears with worry. After she calmed down, she verbally flayed the skin off the driver for not answering the phone and for taking the kids without telling the parents. It was not a good day. The kids had fun though. I think they were 6 at the time. It was 3 weeks before my 18th birthday and I ran away to my older sister's house. My mom was extremely abusive and told me that as soon as I turned 18 she was going to burn all my belongings. She made sure mention my driver's license, birth certificate, and social security card, and kick me out into the streets. She already stole all my money, since I wasn't legally old enough to have my own bank account, every month when I got paid, so I knew if she burned all my belongings I'd be ruined. I ran away while she went on vacation and took what belongings I could fit into my friend's car. I cashed out what money I had left in my account, less than $400, and hid at my sister's place in a different state. My mom lied to the police and told them I was 16 years old, a drug addict, suicidal, and that I ran away with my 32-year-old boyfriend who was an armed drug dealer. The police found me 4 days before my birthday and tackled me to the asphalt, assuming I was armed. They were very angry when they booked me and found out I was almost 18 and clearly not on drugs or with any old man. Legally they had to send me back to live with my mother, so I stayed in custody for 3 days and was about to be transported back to her, but thankfully turned 18 before then. Turns out all the belongings I left behind were indeed burned, and my driver's license was suspended, since parents can legally do that to minors. Thank God I managed to save all the important things and now live a successful life. Crap, your mother's crazy. Not me, but my dad. In the late 60s, his mum was a good Catholic woman, and subsequently was married with 3 kids by the age of 23. While pregnant with her 4th child, she found out her husband was screwing his secretary, as she was very desperate and completely financially dependent on him. She basically said, "I don't care what you do with that woman as long as you stay with me and bring money on the table. If you leave me, you'll never see your kids again." Well, the secretary got pregnant right after my grandmother gave birth. In his infinite wisdom, whilst he was supposed to be looking after his days-old newborn, my grandfather kidnapped my dad and his 2 brothers, abandoning the baby, and ran away with his secretary to start a new life. My grandfather was a journalist, and obsessed with the news. My grandmother sent his photo to every newsagent in the country, and 1 year later, a newsagent recognized him. My grandmother remembers it as the worst year of her life. My dad, who was 5 at the time, remembers it as a fun holiday, which ended when the police knocked on the door with his very relieved mother. At the time, legally only fathers held custodial rights, and she had to launch a massive court battle, which ended with her changing the law so she could get her children back. When I was 6 years old, I lived in Colorado for like 2 months. My parents were not the best. One day my mom leaves the door open. Don't remember why. I had never seen snow in person before and it was like seeing an endless sheet of white across the world. I walked out the door to the sidewalk and decided to walk along the sidewalk. I was gone for 4 hours just walking the same circular stretch of sidewalk. My parents drove through the neighborhood, called the police. They drove through the neighborhood. No one found me until I walked back up to the house. Kinda wish now, in retrospect, that I would have got lost and froze to death. Would have saved me 20 years of suffering. Took off to clear my head about failing marriage. Contacted wife 2 days later. She filed missing persons. Went abroad, and when I came back, got stopped by customs. They let me go and cleared the missing persons report. Nothing too exciting. Dong move on my part for not telling her I was going off grid. One time when twin bro and I were about 2 years old, dad decided to take us on vacation. We went to a motel in the sketchy part of town, and he taught us how to jump on the beds. That's all I remember. Years later, mom told us the story from her point of view. Dad had kidnapped us. He hadn't told mom that we were going anywhere. He had just up and taken us. She called the cops and everything. But since they were technically still married, it was a civil matter. And why did he do this? Mom had taken a bunch of speed. Because it's hard to keep up with twins. Her words. As if she did nothing wrong. I've told this story before, and find it important to clarify a few things. Dad was probably drunk at the time of the kidnapping, simply because was usually drunk during that time in our lives. Mom and dad were both heavy into drugs, usually alcohol and weed, but sometimes speed or coke or ludes. During that time, I'm pretty sure dad brought us home on his own because taking care of twin toddlers is hard. I can't really follow up on the story since both of my parents have passed away, so I'm telling it to the best of my knowledge. And every time I tell this story, I get and follow the urge to thank my ex-husband for being such a good dad to our son. And every time I tell this story, I get and follow the urge to thank my ex-husband for being such a good dad to our son. Good on you. Not me but my brother, I think he was 8 at the time. My parents, 1 sister, 2 brothers and I were at a big fair in a neighboring village. I had to stay with my parents, but my siblings could go and walk by themselves, not uncommon for our area. We all had agreed to be back at the car at a certain time. When it was that time, everyone was at the car except one of my brothers. We first looked for him but we couldn't find him. So my mum went to some police officers who were standing there. They immediately told all the other cops at the fair to look out for my brother. They thought he might have been kidnapped. After some time there was still no sign of my brother. One of the cops suggested that he might went home with someone he knew or found some of his friends. My parents always told us to not go with someone we didn't know. So one of my parents went home with us and a cop. But my brother wasn't there. Then some cops were going drive slowly the route home to see if he was walking home. We were all young but we would know the way. When they were almost at our house they saw him. He walked 8 km/5 miles home. He picked up some flowers for my mother, and he had pet some sheeps along the way. When the news came he was found. One of the cops got goosebumps from relief. He had kids in the same age range and was really afraid my brother was kidnapped. My brother walked home because he thought he was too late by the car. The whole search was a bit over 2 hours. He was the kid that gave my parents the most grey hairs out of the 4 of us. When I was about 2, my mom sent me to Utah from Tennessee for my first visit with my dad since my parents split. She made him promise to sleep in hotels and call her each night at least until we got to Utah. Well, he never did, and she reported me missing. When they found me, I was in the backseat of a car in the middle of a field with glass stuck in my bare feet, and my dad was passed out drunk behind the wheel. I didn't see him again until I was 17. As an adult, trying to rekindle that relationship, he lets it slide that he paid a homeless man, a stranger, to watch me sometime during this incident. My dad is worse off now than he ever was before and I'm afraid for anyone he comes into contact with. I was walking home from school when I blacked out. I apparently never made it home and I woke up was found a week later in the costume shed at my high school. I had a lot of stuffed animals when I was a kid in a very small closet, about 4 feet long 2-ish feet wide. This meant all the animals and they were stacked really high, important for later. When I was 5 my older brother teased me a lot, especially if I would cry or be upset. My mom read me this story where a bear had a party and no one came to it and it devastated me. After she was done reading I went into my closet and sobbed about the bear not having friends. Well I fell asleep. I also must have sunk down in the stuffed animal mountain so when you peeked in, you couldn't see me. My mom had called me down for dinner. I was asleep, couldn't hear her. None of the neighbors had seen me, but one mentioned she thought she saw me get into a car. This caused a panic. My mom called the police, which set off a search team. I woke up hours later, peek my head out the window and see dozens of people, everyone calling for me. Police, news reports. I ran downstairs and got freaked out by so many people I ran back upstairs. Thankfully, someone saw me inside and my mom came in and asked where I had been. I said I fell asleep in the closet and asked to play with my friends outside. Somewhere out there is a news interview where a reporter asked me why I was in my closet. I was sad and I fell asleep was my response. It's been almost 25 years and I still get crap for this. I rode the bus to school. Didn't walk in the building though. I went to a park about 3 miles down the road and spent the day there. Walked home and found my mom's house swarming with police. When she saw me it got so quiet you could hear my heartbeat. I just stood there, staring at all the police, thinking WTF happened, to her telling them I'm her missing child. They all looked pee and leave after getting a statement and verifying I'm her kid. Once they left, my mother started crying and asked me where I was. Me being a bright 9-year-old told her I was at X Park and found my way home all by myself. She was happy I was home, but furious I did that to her. For the next week, she drove me to and from school. Also the first week I was unable to sit properly. It's not very interesting, but I do have a story somewhat like this. I was a dumbass sad sack 9-year-old who was angry at her parents for some reason, decided to take a walk instead of discussing it, and decided to sit on the side of the road. I lived in a very safe, very boring, bubble life suburban neighborhood, so I figured up a hood, 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 so I figured up. I sat there for somewhere between an hour and a half to 2 hours before getting bored and heading home. I arrived back to my house to see a bunch of police cars sitting in my driveway, and being the top student in my 4th grade class as I was, I turned around and walked away, not wanting to deal with it, instead of realizing that my parents probably thought I'd been kidnapped. Thankfully, one of the officers saw me and explained the worry I'd caused. Then I got to listen to my parents lecture me for the next hour. I was under 10 at the time. I was playing with a friend on the street and ended up going into his house to play. I obviously didn't think at the time, what if my parents shout me in? I always played within earshot of the house, so would hear my dad call me in. Anyway, as I left his to go home, I saw loads of police in the area. I walked down the street back home and was greeted with hysterical parents. It wasn't until I was older I wondered how I managed to walk past so many police out looking for me without any of them either noticing me or at least having the thought if I were the missing child and asking me my name. It taught me a valuable lesson I have reinforced multiple times with my children. Regardless of the situation, if the norm changes, walking home from school etc., just call or text me and tell me what you're doing differently so I know to expect you to be late home. I wasn't a missing person, but my fiance was. He had left town for a few days to visit a friend, ended up in the hospital for dehydration and had a dead cell phone, so he couldn't call anyone. When he was finally released from the hospital and able to charge his phone, I was his first phone call. He asked me to drive out to pick him up because understandably he didn't feel well enough to drive. I drove out and picked him up, brought him back to my place at his request because he wanted to rest a bit before going home. As he dozed on the couch, I got a phone call from a special agent from the Peoria Police Department saying that he had been reported as a missing person by his stepdad and asking if I had seen him or know of his whereabouts. I passed my phone over to him, had him deal with the cops and call his mom and stepdad. I was briefly stolen as an infant from a certain amusement park. I was apparently eventually recovered in an area that an infant couldn't have gotten to on its own, up a steep flight of stairs. They found me on the tip of a woman sitting by herself in the amusement park who wouldn't look them in the eye, and who simply pointed to where I was while refusing to speak. Both my parents remembered the events separately. I went back to the park with one of them, who could describe events in detail where they happened, including accurate explanations of what the park looked like before more recent revamps. I don't think anyone will ever believe me because it's very urban legend why, but I'm inclined to believe it happened. It would be a very odd and very detailed lie if it weren't true. When I was about 3, I became separated from my parents in a large shopping center complex. They panic. Shopping center pages about a lost missing toddler, and since there was a police beat nearby, they became involved also. I was found outside holding the hand of a man who was preparing to walk me further away from the center and who had walked me past the police beat to get me to where I was found. As far as I know, nothing ever happened to the man because the police and my parents were so happy to have found me. I was missing maybe 30 minutes. Not about me but about my brother, and it involves me. I was only a couple months old and was sleeping in my crib when my 5-year-old older brother crawled underneath my crib and fell asleep. My mom woke up in the middle of the night and decided to check on him. When she saw she wasn't in bed, she searched the house and woke up my father to look outside. They searched and woke up the neighbors to help find him. The entire neighborhood was looking for him, and around 1 AM they had the police searching for him. My mother and another police officer found him underneath my crib and was so relieved that he was okay. When they asked him why he was under there, he replied simply, "I was protecting my little sister from the dark." I wasn't reported missing, but I couldn't find anyone from my chaperone group and began panicking and getting upset at the Renaissance Fair. Turns out that the place a few steps away from where I was breaking down was a hangout spot that a whole bunch of teachers from other schools were. One of them introduced herself and the other teachers to me, and one volunteered to take me to the gate where security was. The security guy started calling everyone that was there that was linked to my school, and eventually 2 of my teachers showed up. I just stuck with them for the rest of the trip. I got on the bus at the end and my friends were really sorry for forgetting about me. When I got home, I told my family about how I got lost and my father was not happy about it. In fact, he was about to go up to the school and call out the administration and teachers for not keeping an eye on me, but decided not to. For those who are wondering why me getting lost is a very serious issue, is because I have autism, so I am prone to getting disoriented and lost. That is why I am never to be trusted by myself and always have companions with me when I go on field trips, like my friends, brother, etc. If there is any redditors that was at the fair and saw a girl with brown hair and eyes, a red face, and black jacket and pants at the gate, that was most likely me. I mean, I would have been P as your parent too, autism or not. The only reason teachers' schools are allowed to take kids on field trips is because they are supposed to take care of watch them. If they can't keep track of all of their kids, that means they don't have enough chaperones per group of kids. Went to the woods to enjoy some LCD with the friends. Me and my friend, we drove separately, made it to the campsite before dark and dropped the tabs. Our other friends couldn't find the campsite before dark and couldn't reach us because we were in the forest with no cell service. 9 AM the next morning we go into town to get breakfast only to get pulled over cause our license plate was registered for a missing persons. The Dennis was good after and a quality trip anyways. When I was a toddler my family went to the beach. Somehow I managed to wander off. It was very busy and my family was running up and down trying to find me. Half an hour later they found me being carried on the shoulders of a man who had monkey. He was trying to find my family. I have a picture with the man, the monkey and my mom crying while holding me. He was a street performer and we saw him again on other vacations. My sister was kidnapped when she was about 18 and I was a baby. I obviously don't remember any of it, but the story I'm told goes, sister and high school ex-BF went into town to talk. They were in his car. Our town is super small, graduating classes of less than 50. They were in the parking lot of the town park. A man came up to the driver's side window, which was down as it was summer, and held a knife to the ex-BF. He told him to get out of the car and he got in, while my sister was still in the passenger seat. He takes off in the car, sister still with them. The ex runs up to our house, small town, 3 streets away, and tells my mom, who promptly calls the cops, who promptly call in more people. It got up to the FBI, but I'm not sure of those details really. Anyway, a whole lot of people on this case due to the man involved. He had just escaped the local prison. From my sister's side of the story, the guy took off with her and just drove. He didn't say much. He kept mumbling to himself. She kept telling him to let her go, that she had her period, in case he thought about assaulting her, and pleading with him. After hours and hours of driving through backcountry roads, he let my sister out by a barn and drove off. She went to the farmhouse and called home. She was located and brought home. The guy was caught shortly after locating her. He was put back into prison and now had an additional sentence. This happened over 25 years ago. He recently got out and our family received a call to let us know. Not me, but my grandpa told me this story last year. Him and a friend were out canoeing in lake for the day, fishing and having a grand time, when suddenly, a storm picks up out of nowhere. The wind was against where they wanted to go, so they ended up pulling the boat onto an island in the middle of the lake. The storm raged for a little more than 2 hours. While it was storming they huddled under the canoe to keep warm. When the storm finally abated, it was starting to get dark and they were still about an hour and a half from where they had parked the car, so they decided to camp out on the lake for the night. So they built a fire, cooked some of the fish they had caught and drank a few beers before going to sleep for the night. In the morning they just packed back into the canoe and went to where their car was. When they got there was a guy on the beach who looked at them and said, "Are you guys the 2 that got lost?" To which my grandpa responds, "We knew where we were the whole time." I guess they had a helicopter out looking for them after the storm and a whole bunch of police in boats. But they weren't seen and the search had already been changed from a search and rescue to a recover the dead type thing. TL. Dr. Grandpa assumed dead in a storm, was actually eating fish and getting drunk on an island. Not me, but my brother. My brother's friend lived a street away from us, so he walked over there. He asked my mom and he said it was fine, as long as he was back by 6 PM so he could eat dinner. 6:15 PM came around and my parents called their house to send him home. At this point, they weren't worrying. They said that he had left 10 minutes ago, and that he must have gotten distracted on the walk home. So, they waited another 10 minutes, but he didn't show up. He called all of his friends' house and the neighbors, but nobody had seen him. We searched the entire hour to make sure he hadn't come home. I was 5 at the time, and was in tears freaking out. At this point my parents decided to call the police, and we had half of the neighborhood searching for him for over 40 minutes. My dad had stayed at home in case he came back. He ran downstairs to grab some batteries, and saw him in the basement, on the couch, playing Mario Kart. Turns out he had come home 20 minutes early, snuck into the basement, and when we went searching for him, hid in a closet. Everybody was relieved, but he got grounded for like 2 months. He had a luong talk with the police after that. IDK if this counts, but my mom almost called the police when I was 4 because I was missing for about 3 or 4 hours while I was at some neighbors that were like, "Sweetie, try these cookies we made. They're really good. Oh, would you want some juice?" And I didn't know how to politely reject them because even then, I was an anxiety-filled disaster. So I just sat there until their older kid came back from the shop and saw me there. Left my abusive family's home at age 19 after being locked in and beaten. Decided I had enough and left. My family decided to use filing me as a missing person to discover my location. They came, got me, promised me everything would change. It didn't. Few years later I left for good but took the necessary steps to ensure they couldn't file false reports anymore. Ooh, one I can actually answer. When I was in my senior year of college, I commuted 1 hour home and back for my 1 in-person class per week. My class was from 6-9 PM. When my class was over one night, I called my mom to let her know I was just going to spend the night at my boyfriend's house instead. She said she agreed and that was that. At 3 AM I wake up to my phone light as my phone was on silent with 60 missed calls from various names and numbers including my parents, my boyfriend's parents, the sheriff's office, and state police. Turns out my mom forgot we talked because she was half asleep when I called. She didn't sound asleep on the phone, and when she woke up at 3 AM and didn't see me there she thought I was missing. The police ended up showing up to my boyfriend's parents' house to see if I was there. It was a crazy night and I have absolutely never let my mom forget it. It wasn't long and I don't remember because I was so young. My mom had me while she was in high school, so I spent a lot of time at my grandparents' house. Back in the 90s kids could run around the neighborhood all willy-nilly. They had me play unsupervised when I was around 2 maybe a little younger. One of the neighbors was moving and was jealous of my mom having a kid, so they literally just picked me up and took me. My mom got home hours later and asked where I was and my grandparents didn't know. She was lucky to catch the son of the neighbor with the last load from the house and threatened him to bring me back, and he did. For a while my mom was paranoid and wouldn't let me out of her sight. I was the missing person. I was 16 and pregnant and ran away to Mexico with my then boyfriend. Made it all the way there too. Then realized how crappy it was and came back. We were gone for 2 weeks. My mom filed a missing persons report, but they basically blew her off and said she's a runaway. She'll come back. And they were right. Went canoe camping with my GF. Paddled out into a nice secluded island. Pulled the boat up into the woods and set up camp. Was a nice spot, but there was a lot of boats and noise and stuff going by, which was weird for how isolated we were. Oh well. Got back home and roommates all said you are in so much trouble. What? Turns out, they saw my Jeep parked by the river overnight with the boat pads and thought we had tipped over and drowned. The sheriff called my parents. I was in college but license plate had parents' address, who of course had no idea, but said to call my roommates, who knew we were camping but didn't tell the cops. So they launched a search for our bodies in the river. Got reamed pretty good over that one. Checked very carefully to make sure camping was allowed in that area and access and everything. Didn't even consider that someone would see a car parked overnight and jump to the conclusion that we were dead. But in hindsight, of course that happens a lot in that area. I got lost at Knott's Berry Farm because I wanted to shake hands with one of the characters. When I turned around to find my parents, they had disappeared. Then I got a nosebleed. Security found me. I asked the security guy what would happen if my parents couldn't find me. He told me that I would be sent to the children's hospital, and if my parents never claimed me, eventually I might find a foster home or adoptive parents if I was lucky. Thankfully, my dad found me what felt like an eternity. It was maybe an hour or two later. My siblings weren't too happy that I ruined that day of the family vacation. I was maybe 8 years old. Not sure if this counts, but I was 4 and hid from my mom in Walmart. She and my granny freaked out. The police came. I realized I was going to be in big time trouble, so I stayed in the clothes rack for hours. They eventually found me because I'd started crying because I was scared and had to pee. Everyone I knew spanked me. Not a missing person, but my cousin's kids was. She was 16ish and mad at her mom. Decided she'd rather spend a week in bed with her boyfriend than talk to her mom. Came home unharmed, but her family didn't know where she was the whole time. Not a bad way to spend a week, TBF. When I was about 4, my parents were getting a divorce. My mother and her new boyfriend kidnapped me and my brother from my dad. Spent a few months on the run with her, ending with a very exciting raid from the police. When we lived in New Mexico, my mother was basically a single mom and I was a sort of latchkey kid a few days of the week. I think I was 7. I didn't have a key though. Mom left the door unlocked for me because her roommate would be home sooner than her and I would only be alone for like an hour. Well, that was only a few days of the week. The other days I was to take the bus to a daycare center that had after school pickup for working parents. I mixed up those days. So I took the bus home instead, and didn't have a key. I spent a few hours in a tree outside the house waiting for someone to come home. I was reading. LOL. My mother was absolutely peeved that I wasn't at the daycare. She had panicked so hard. I don't know if she reported it or not, but I never mixed up those days again after that. I think there were state laws about children being alone even back in the 90s, so at 7, even though I was mostly self-sufficient and knew not to blow the house up, she could have gotten in a lot of trouble for leaving me alone. I went to work with her a lot and knew not to bug her. I had books and a water bottle and a baggie of snacks. I was left in corners for hours alone while she worked. Never drew attention to myself because I knew mom having a job meant food. Redditors who have gone/were declared missing. What is your story? I had a mental breakdown in 2015 after losing a job after having a hard year, so I packed a bag, got on my motorbike, and rode to a party spot, Gold Coast. I got out enough cash to hold me over for a week and turned off my mobile before I left town. I spent a whole week just hitting the beach, partying, hitting bars and clubs. I stayed at a backpacker hostel and hung out with random backpackers. Overall, it was an amazing and refreshing week. I left to ride back home. Just before the Great Dividing Range, I got pulled over by the cops. Turns out, my 2 coworkers I saw after I got fired were worried, so they came by my house just to check up on me. My housemates then didn't see me for a few days after being told that I'd been fired, so they searched town and reported me to the cops as missing. I had a known history of depression and suicidal tendencies. The cops searched through my records. No mobile phone activity, no social media activity, no contact with family members. So it turns out, while I was off trying to just escape my crappy life for a week, everyone thought I'd killed myself or something. My license plate number was flagged, so when I went past the highway patrol, it must have come up on their computer to pull me over. The cop was actually quite nice. He mainly just wanted to know I was okay. He called in and had me removed as a missing person. In Australia, once you're listed as a missing person, you have to be cited and verified by a police officer to be removed. I got home 8 hours later to a lot of worried people. I honestly thought no one gave a frick about me. If I knew it was going to cause so much trouble, I would have at least left a note. Man, that's great that you had so many people worried about you, and I think that's a great sign to always keep your head up even when life's got you down. You have people who love you and will be there for you, even if you don't know it. Someone who cares doesn't necessarily have to be a person who is in your life 24/7 or knows a lot about you. It can be difficult to figure out who you can ask for help, but there are people who are willing. The story of how I went missing is also one of my first memories. When I was 5, I went on holiday with my family to Scotland. We were in the middle of nowhere surrounded by nothing but land dominated by trees. There wasn't much to do, so my sister and I played hide and seek. I thought it would be a great idea to hide right next to the front door of the cottage we were staying in, inside of a giant bush. I watched my sister look for me for about 5 minutes, until she clearly gave up and went inside. However, I never give up on anything, and decided to stay until I was found. After a short period, 15 minutes or so, more people started playing the game. I now watched my parents sprint around in front of me, while I silently giggled in the bush thinking I'm so good at this game. More and more people started to play, other holiday goers in cottages nearby, park rangers and police. I stayed in that bush for hours and hours, until it got dark, having the time of my life. My sister was only 7, so she didn't help look for me, and just sat by the doorstep. As it got darker outside, my yellow jacket got brighter, and after a whole day of searching for me in the nearby woods, my sister realized I was stood right next to her. Best game of hide and seek ever. Honestly, this sounds like something I did. They say your kids get revenge by growing up to be just like you. I'm dreading the day my son gets into hide and seek. My niece has a habit of playing hide abd seek without telling anyone she's playing. My daughter, 3, doesn't get to play hide and seek with her. Mine was weird, because I was also a teen runaway, but was actually with my parents. In a nutshell, 1. Ran away from home when I was 14. 2. Lived on the streets, with friends or in shelters for 2 years. 3. My parents moved away from that city, so I was left behind. Long story there, but they tried their best for me, but had to let go. 4. Last known address was with a boyfriend who was arrested along with his best friend, who was dating my best friend. Landlady obviously evicted them both, which led to me having nowhere to go. Ran out of options in the middle of winter. It was a middle of the night blurry event that resulted in me having nowhere to go. My best friend was able to go to her family somehow or somewhere. We got separated that night and vowed to find each other and regroup and figure it out after some sleep. 5. At this point, after 2 years, just before my 16th day, I called my parents, who drove several hours and picked me up at a McDonald's at 5 AM and brought me back to their new city. I was determined to start over and get on a good path, with the lone support of my parents, and leave the old life completely behind. The only person I told was my best friend at the time, and I remember we were both crying. She wasn't sure about her family and asked me that once I got settled, maybe she could come to my family as well, for a new start. 6. She went missing right after that, which I didn't know right away. I had one phone call from her where she told me things weren't but, and she was trying to get money for a Greyhound ticket to come to my new city. My boyfriend and her boyfriend were both in jail at the time. Since the 4 of us were known to be together when she went missing, the police's first priority was to find me, but no one knew where I was, so the police themselves marked me also as missing along with her. My parents had a different last name than me, and I was a minor, so there wasn't a whole lot of information on me. Basically they knew I was an underage street kid who couldn't be accounted for. Hos' best friend was also missing. 7. Maybe 2 months later, I was settled into my new life. My parents registered me in school, bought me new belongings. I had lost everything. When the landlady kicked my boyfriend out, I got a part-time job, and they also got me a therapist through some sort of free social services that got my name into the system. The police has also pieced that her last call was to a number in the same city where I was now registered in social services. While at school one day, the police showed up and brought me into the guidance counselor's office and asked me a hell of a lot of questions that I don't remember now, but I do remember them telling me I was a missing person and then grilling me about knowing where the other girl was, who I didn't even know what missing, and that I had to know something. But it was just a really bizarre coincidence that I had burned out on street life the same time she went missing. The most tragic part of this story is that she had died. Her body was found later that spring after the snow melted, which I saw on the news. They said she froze to death. No foul play. I had nightmares for so long about this that she was knocking on my bedroom window pleading to come in from the cold. That was all late 80s. News back then wasn't so dramatic as it is now, and even her death was a small clip in a newspaper, no headlines or anything like that. There was no Amber Alert back then. ESP not for street people with criminal boyfriends. The only reason the police were after Ruth was because her mother reported her as missing. A lot of it is a blur to me now, but in 2007, when FB started getting mainstream, I got several messages from people I knew back then, saying they thought I was dead, and was it really me? It was really bizarre. Old friends from that city had said that we both went missing. My friend's body was found, and they never knew what became of me. I'm sorry for what you went through, and the loss of your friend. As a paramedic, we once attended a call for a male with sore feet. Attended a lay-by by the side of a road to a perfectly polite chap who did have some very nasty blisters. He'd been to a family funeral, got a bit upset, and had gone for a walk to clear his head, then just kept walking. For 4 days. Turns out he was from the same area as where I grew up, about 250 miles away, and we reminisced about the countryside and some of the good pubs, etc. He admitted that maybe he was a bit depressed and probably needed some help. Unfortunately, all we could offer was a trip to hospital, but we did what we could. Later that shift, I'm perusing Facebook and see an old school friend has shared a missing person appeal. It's our walking patient. I rang the police and told them where our chap was, and they were very pleased, as they expected a dog walker to find him hanging somewhere. 250 miles, my god. Well done for going above and beyond for him. Appreciate what you do. I believe he means he lived around 250 miles away from him as a child. Or I'm stupid. Not me, but my hubby, and this was years ago. Hubby was about 8 or 9 years old when he and a group of boys were approached by some middle-aged Italians to sell candy. The kids were loaded into a van and taken to neighboring towns to hawk this candy. At some point the kids started asking when they were going home, as the van was going further than they were expecting. A few kids started crying, then out comes a gun and they are told you're not going home. More tears, and then the van stopped, I believe for a bathroom stop, but it was near an open field. A few of the kids decided to make a mad dash through this field, being chased by the men, and made it to a grocery store. The authorities were alerted and their parents came to collect the children. They were about an hour away from home when found. Hubby is 55 now, and hyper-vigilant about the grandkids and stranger danger. Which country was this? Sounds like he is very lucky to have survived being trafficked. United States, early 70s. When I was in elementary school, like 8 years old, my brother and me were good friends with 2 guys who were brothers as well. Same age span. One weekend we were all playing northeasts at their place first, and later my friend and me were outside doing stupid things kids would do. Sometime my brother leaves with his friend and comes over to us and tells me that our parents called. They will stay a little longer at my aunt's and uncle's place this night. Nothing too special, but they told him we shouldn't mind our time and can stay outside as long as we want, as long as we sleep at home that night. Jackpot. I trusted my brother blindly on this, and we proceeded to do stupid stuff like kicking over trash bins. The evening fades and my friend is about to leave to get some dinner and sleep. His parents were also away. I didn't think a second about going home, because I was allowed to stay outside for so long, and I will definitely enjoy it to its fullest. It is already really dark, and I trample down some patches as I wander through my hood. It is beyond 11:00 PM and this is really late for a 8-year-old when I see a car approaching. I was always good with remembering license plates and immediately notices that this are my parents. Since I was raised well behaved, I did what was right. I waved at them as they were passing. They didn't see me first, because they immediately hit the brakes once they did, jumped out of the car, screaming, and threw me in the back. I had no idea what was happening, but was sad that it looks like the night of my life was over. At home I noticed that my mom called the local police telling them that I was safe back home, and my dad struggled between punishing me and just being glad I'm home alive. This is when I was able to tell them what happened and why I wasn't home when they came back. You know, bro told me that you called and allowed us to be outside as long as we want today, so I'm not understanding why you are so upset about this. You guessed right. He had no idea what I was talking about. Not exactly sure, but I think it took my brother something around 15 years to admit this. Wow, your brother set you up, lol. Not very eventful, but I was probably in 1st or 2nd grade when we had taken a family trip to Las Vegas. We had spent a lot of the hot day in Circus exploring the arcade, rides, and tomfoolery they had going on, but at night we went out to explore, no clue where. There was some kind of crazy light show. This white awning above a walking path filled with people, music, and all of these neat lights and lasers flashing around, being cast onto the covering. I think I stared at the lights too long and tried to keep following my parents without really looking where I was going. By the time I looked for them, they were nowhere in sight. Suddenly the music was scary, too loud, and I couldn't listen for my parents. When I called out for them, the crowd instantly seemed thicker and the lights almost distorted what I saw. It all seemed so disorienting. I started crying because I lost my parents and they weren't answering. When I called out for them, a man came up to me in a uniform, maybe security or police, and was very kind to the tiny terrified human and helped me look for them. I'm sure this whole endeavor wasn't very long, but it felt like an eternity. We eventually found them. He tapped my mom on the shoulder and said something like, "I think you may have lost this." She responded with a no and carried on. And that is my story. That place with the lights is Fremont Street, or the Fremont Street Experience, Ike. Pretty crazy place for a child to get lost. Mainly that end of the strip, at least when I lived there almost 20 years again, is much seedier than the other touristy attractions. Tweakers and crap all over. When I was in like 3rd grade, I remember going to the strip with my parents and being handed xxography by strangers in crowds. Like leaflets that street vendors are handing out for a business. That business was prostitution, lol. Thanks. I had no idea where it was or what it was. Gosh, I feel like Vegas is this crazy land of extremes. Those leaflets always make me uncomfortable when I see them. Very different than my regular world. One Christmas my mum wanted to pay a visit to her infamously crazy sister. Nobody else wanted to go. She was a bad person. So was mum, really, and mum seemed a bit upset. I took one for the team and hopped in the car with her. Mum told everyone we would take about an hour and would be back in time for lunch. In and out. In actuality, we were there for 4 hours. It wasn't a pleasant visit. I stood in the lounge in silence, scared to sit down, because I couldn't spot a chair that wasn't covered in junk. Semi-hoarder situation. Listening to my mum and her sister gossiping about trivial things and collecting intel on people they knew. You might think intel was a strange choice of words. I said earlier that my auntie is a nutter. I guess it's time to say that my mum is also not right. She is one of those people who obsesses over others, like a stalker, and will collect information about others, even total strangers. Then she uses that information to manipulate others. Turns out my auntie is the same. They spent none of that 4-hour visit talking about normal things. They weren't interested in how the other was doing. Nobody cared about the kids or work or anything like that. Nobody spoke to me for hours. They just gossiped about strangers and collected intel for their weird habit. I cannot stress enough how uneasy I was in the presence of these women. It was such a surreal moment witnessing my mum go full nutter in front of me like that. She was always so careful to hide that kind of behavior. When we finally got home, I was exhausted and everyone was frantic. We had been gone for hours longer than we should have been. My phone was at home. I figured I didn't need it. Mum turned hers off. Summer and Christmas are peak road accident times. My family heard police sirens in the distance and was scared we had gotten in a car crash. Dad and my sister even drove around looking for us. Mum was not apologetic. Gosh, are you okay now? Hope things are better for you three.